Good evening! Tonight, we are definitely finishing the Endwalker leveling MSQ. I hope that we will be able to find some people to join me for both the dungeon and the trial, especially the trial though, because for some reason the final trial of an expansion does not actually have an item level limitation that sinks you down until the end of the expansion, which leads to just like sadness all around if you do this particular trial not synced down in any capacity. And I hope I do not have to show you that. Hey Tracy, hey Ymir, hey Lemon, I hope you're all doing well. I remember last week I promised Ymir that we would use the Dragoon set, so I will have to find enough cherry pink dye that we can do something with that. And then we will do that. Hey Leaf, hey Matthew. Hey Matthew. And he says, I think there's a few too many cutscenes left for me to join. Oh, how many hours do you think you can be there for? Also, Alif, I actually went back and checked, because you told me Wednesday that you randomly got like an ad in the middle of the stream. I checked, it was not turned on. I don't know how you got an ad. Like, I actually went back and checked, it was turned off. I don't know what YouTube was doing, but when I made the stream, YouTube was having some problems, so maybe YouTube was having quite a bad day. I just thought I'd mention it. I did say that I was pretty sure, but I have checked. I am certain that you were hit by shenanigans. It's supposed to be such that you generally should only get like one ad at the start of a stream, something like that. I'm pretty sure that's how it's set up. And then everything else should just be, I have like a button and I don't click it. I have a button and I don't click it. So that shouldn't happen. Not the shenanigans. Also, hey Gilano. We got some new gear. Big upgrades. You have 3 hours, then it might be difficult, yeah. Well, we'll see how far we get, right? And if you're there in time, then you're there in time. And if you're not, then we'll see what we can do. Like, we'll see what we can do when we reach it. We need... Let's just see how the outfit looks in the first place. Because I don't think we spent very much time looking at it. How will it look when we dye it? Look at that! She looks ready for battle. We should probably also use the weapon. Can we dye that too? Yes, we can. Let's do that. So we need 5 cherry pink dye, and we need 5 glamour dispellers. And then we're in business. Yeah, the small dragon Kai looks weird in a raincoat. Hey Sharo. It's good to hear. Oh right, we logged out here. I completely forgot that the game denied me getting our Charlie in bed. So we're basically just going to go through the quests and we'll see how long it takes. I hope it will not take more than 6 hours before we reach the big trial, but I will try my best to go until we do it. It would... Are you serious? Anyone got like 4 glamour dispellers I can buy? I'll pay you 400 gil apiece. Do you have any, Matthew? You wouldn't happen to have glamour dispellers. I just need to buy 4. Do you have glamour dispellers? Can't you buy them in Limsa? I might be able to buy them for company seals. Oh, that's Milano. Thank you, Matthew. I don't think they're free, but it is bought from the Grant Company. But it's fine. I already said that I would buy them if someone had any. So I stand by that. We just need to dispel some of the glamour here. And then dye it. And then we're ready. Finally, Smol Caetsu is here to save the world. The one day she puts on actual armor. I mean, you're right, Sharo, but it's not entirely free simply on account of I don't know if the right word is opportunity cost. By spending the seals on that, you are not able to spend it on something that would actually be worth something to sell. Thank you, Matthew and Angelano. I really appreciate it. That made it a lot easier. Just need wait. And I see you are. Can you repair, Gilano? Can you repair? Wait. Isn't that supposed to be here? Isn't there supposed to be a request repair button? Oh, do you have to be in group to do it? Oh. Well, that's what the SIP usually pays me, so I hope that's alright. Thank you. And also thank you, Gilano. You wanted to help me. I appreciate it from both of you. Little funny number. I know, right? It was a while back. SIP would regularly ask me for repairs, and it wasn't really a big deal, but it was more like, are you aware that it costs me something to actually perform the repair, even if it's dark matter, which you can acquire in many efficient ways, so it wasn't really a big deal, but it was more like the principle of the matter. And after that, he always paid me 6,900, and I've kind of come to the conclusion that I don't need to be paid anymore, but it never came up. And Shade is a small dragon now. I think there's going to be a whole bunch of story things, but if you guys want to be in the party with me so that you can find me, you're very welcome to. If you'd rather be in your own party, you can also do that. Isn't Guild the best way to get dark matter? Well, you can buy dark matter for company seals. I believe you can also buy them for wolf marks, and they're actually very, very efficient to buy for wolf marks if you have any. I think... I'm not sure if you can buy them. You're already in a party. You might be right, Kitsuneko. But you can buy the glamour dispellers at your grand company, and they're so cheap that on your main you would just go, I need some dispellers, and just get it. And it's easy, like just easy to get. The reason why I don't assume anything is because I checked this and was like, oh, I have 34,000 company seals. I only log in on this character on stream, and I don't know how long it's been since I actually opened this menu on Kai last. Like every time I'm off stream, I'm like, how many poetics do I have on Smol Kai? And I don't know. Of course, Gilano and Matthew, you're also welcome to be in the party. You just let me know if you want to. You can also hang out doing your own thing. I just know that Ymir and Shade was hanging out last time. I suppose this is where we part ways. For now, at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galuf Baldessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the Sea of Stars. Thank you. 600 seals for 280 guild items seems like a ripoff. I can't remember. I do believe that I showed in a video a while back that that you can trade company seals for more than 1 gil each. And I'm pretty sure the most effective way to do that is either with glamour dispellers or glamour prisms. Oh, wait a minute, we have an elevator like 4 feet down the street. Now I already brought out the magic school bus. We're going to the furthest island. You could say that. Oh wait, did you say anything new? Not really. And also, Tracy mentioned there's a mender in the corner. The reason why I asked for a repair is because when another player repairs for you, or you repair yourself, namely, the key thing is that if a player repairs for you, it will always add 100% condition to your gear rather than just maxing it out to 100%. So that's why I can have gear with a condition of 198%, for example, because I had another player repair for me, so that lasts a little bit better than imagine if we had to repair in the middle of the stream. Probably not.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
Be gone.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
Sid comes on the project and helps for like a day, and then he claims it.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Itsuneko says Bango Zango sells glamour dispellers for 500 gil. Exactly, but if you can buy them for like 300 off the market board, then you don't have to do that. The reason why I asked if someone had any was because then I didn't have to look for a vendor that had any, and whoever had any would get a profit, and I would save some money. Win-win. But you're right. They actually sell clear prisms. You need those to make the glamour prisms, that's true.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a star-faring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
That sounds like an excellent name to me.
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
The tribes.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
Thancred be like, I know what you mean, but let's say for example that I didn't know what you mean. How would you explain it to me if I didn't know?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief.
There it is. I think we've talked about this before. The specific type of summoning that the Ascians taught the beast tribes is faulty by design.
Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment?
I just want to say, what really weirded me out there was that most of those tribe creatures, like all of those beings, they're like, you know, very excited, like, yeah! And then my eyes just focus on the Ixali, the one with the big, like, shaman mask, just doing this. I don't know what that is supposed to mean.
anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
This is a special secret tool that will come up again later.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
I think we will have Godspeed on account of it being powered by literal gods. If you think about it. However, yeah. Oh, Alif says, thank you for giving us content to do during our MSQ. Wait, do you mean this stream while you do your own MSQ? Or what do you mean? If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I have to ask Aglyph, does the big cutscene coming up involve Torn from the Heavens? Be honest with me. No answer? Alright. Oh, that's what you meant, Alif.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
Hey Gazel, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're on Smol Caetsu this time.
It's incredible.
This is Forshano. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Kasadi says, if this was a PS1 game, we would be at the final disc now. If Final Fantasy XIV was a PS1 game, how many discs would it have, I wonder? Just in terms of content.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
That's not very, very uplifting, Alice. Could you put a little bit more excitement in your voice?
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly.
I know, right, Bapping Way?
Try it again, with feeling.
Have Alphino do the honors. Issue the command to launch. Launch the Ragnarok!
Engage!
This is torn from the heavens, so hopefully it'll go over something else real quick. Otherwise I'll have to make that claim counterclaim thing. It's really annoying. Nope, it's just playing all the way through. That's so... It's so annoying that... Oh well. Because I don't want to talk over it, but I also don't want to deal with that copyright thing. Hey, Greensville. You don't look motivated.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Why isn't he called Susano?
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Phew. Oh, nice. Just make a portal. Or what?
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
If you mash it a bit, you'll only have it once.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit. What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Oops.
Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
She even had like the classic anime "this person is crazy" introduction where the camera like zooms in weirdly on their forehead. Enjoy your Japanese food if you get some, Kozari. I'm sure you will be back in time. It'll be hours from now. Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Looks smaller than I'd expected, doesn't it, Shelfino?
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end.
Oh yeah, Leaf, this part is absolutely like mild horror themes almost. It is kinda scary.
Why choose to prolong your suffering?
Just mildly.
Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
You know, there's something I would like to add against Meteion here. Her plan, essentially, is to just sing her song and make everything in the universe die a little faster than they would naturally. And she intends to give this deliverance to all creation, right? So, unless the universe is finite, which usually it is presumed not to be finite, then she will never finish. On the other hand, we're on the way to the edge of creation, which either means that we're going to the center of the universe, which could be a thing, or the world of Final Fantasy XIV is finite. Or it's just one edge of the universe that happens to have finished. Or she's like continuously like backpedaling, just flying backwards at all times. And just carrying this Dynamis world with her. Which is hilarious when you think about it. But under the assumption that the world is infinite, there will always be more life to extinguish for Meteion. Which means that her work will never be done. And for her work to be done, she also needs to kill... Well, she needs to finish with herself, right? And if she has to finish with herself, then at some point she'll have to go, okay, that's enough. I think I'm good. I think we'll call it there. And just... I don't know how she'll do it, but... I mean, if she believes that life is meaningless, she should, like, finish, right? At some point.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you.
And also, Umi is right. Meteion is like, life is without purpose, but she's doing something because she believes it serves a purpose.
We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels.
Kasari is also right. If life is unnatural, then why does it form by itself? Why is it that Meteion has to hang out and keep, like, snuffing out universes or worlds? If life is unnatural, wouldn't the world, like, naturally work its way towards not life? If that was true?
And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Chaiji says, but did it in Final Fantasy XIV? Referring to, did life actually form by itself? And Petrus here is saying, what came before the Ancients? And that is actually a very good point. I don't believe we know how the Ancients came into existence. And was there just the Ancients? Did they make all of the creatures? Did someone one day just come up with a concept known as a shark, and then eventually the Ancients thought it was funny to construct a concept that was a shark with arms and legs? Like, is that how it went? Or was there a shark and then also the Ancients, and then the Ancients went, I think we could improve on this. What if it had legs and arms? But I don't believe we know what came before the Ancients. I'm pretty sure we don't know that. And I'm guessing we'll never know that.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury.
Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. But it's not just the ancients, all of the other planets that Meteon dealt with also came from something, right? So, did they also just appear out of nothing? How did they come into being?
I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
The end.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
This is a case of the that meme with those who know, those who do, or those who know, those who don't know. You know what I mean. Those who know, those who don't know.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
It's such a beautiful song, by the way.
Let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
bit too hopeful of an assumption to go, oh, he probably woke up first and ran ahead, when everyone else awoke together, isn't it? You know, another interesting point that you all brought up is, what created the Ancients? Did the world of Final Fantasy XIV actually have like a start in the world or similar to like the Big Bang? If the edge of creation is actually the edge of the universe, we can probably surmise that the answer is no. Which might suggest that the world of Final Fantasy XIV is finite. If that's the case, okay then. Don't know what we can use that information for, but that would mean that Meteon's task is finite. But I would like to suggest that actually, what if what came before the Ancients was an even more ether-dense people that had to deal with something, and they had to split themselves up into smaller parts to give chase or to fight back, and that gave way to the Ancients. Which also means that we could apply that logic repeatedly backwards. I do wonder what the very first people would have looked like then. Peter says our own world would be finite if it originated from Big Bang and expanded ever since, no? Well, if it expanded ever since, then the expansion would make it like, if it expands forever, then surely that would be similar to being infinite, right? Or am I wrong there? Like, it is finite in the way that that we can, at any given moment in time, we know, well, we could determine how much there is, right? But we keep having more, don't we? It's like if you tracked how much world there is live, the number would keep increasing, wouldn't it? Or is that wrong? Anyway, that particular subject is not something that I'm the most, the biggest master of, I will admit.
I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once.
And then we didn't really use it. We're fortunate this place can support life. Albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Coco says, it is believed that at the end of the expanse, the universe will come back together and create another Big Bang. I think I've heard about that. Yeah, that is a fair point, that if the world is going to expand for 4 billion years, then of course our world is finite. Like, definitely finite, by that logic. However, if Final Fantasy's universe works like that as well, if it did, hypothetically, there wouldn't be, like, no such thing as a fixed location in the universe you could define as the edge of creation. Oh, be careful. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. I don't know, man. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive them. Gee, I wonder who made this, just dragons all around. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Could it be dragons, Raha? Could it mayhaps be dragons? Is that a possibility? Could it maybe be dragons? The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Oh right, they can't see them. Imagine dragons! Oh, whoops, sorry. Ellie says, you have a squad to help bullying the mobs. I was the one getting bullied and chased while doing the MSQ here. Yeah, I think I was too when I did originally. I suppose that is... I never thought I would get this far, but I suppose this is the advantage of streaming. Thank you, by the way. Thank you so much. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship. All is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. There's also the possibility that calling it the Age of Creation is an artistical thing, and it isn't actually the edge, it's just, like, really, really far away. Isn't it incredible? We have 4 different races represented here. Oh, sorry. You can hang out and take pictures if you want. You don't have to hang out with me. It is just an offer. Oh dear. This, you know, that is pretty smart. If you're the driver of a multi-seater mount, you can literally have someone else get aggroed while mounted. Were you able to find anything? No. As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Yeah, Estinian said it. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Could it be the dragons? I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Huh? Could it be imagined dragons? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. There then. Caetsu, a word before we join the others. Istinian be like, can we have a talk before we join the others? Anyway, I'll be like a few kilometers down the street. You'll know where to find me. I'll be, let me mark it on your map. It's right here. I'll stand over there, next to everyone, like a little bit away from everyone else. You'll be able to find me, don't worry about it. Like, when he said a word, I was expecting to like come out of the cutscene and he would just be standing there. And then, he wasn't. Listen here, soldiers. We need to protect the potato. we have our little squad conversation in the party chat. Tracy said, I have rioting kittens annoying mommy cat, so I'd better feed them. And also that the ride is over. Good to hear. I hope they got the food they needed. What? Why? Why? Like, this is a wall for some reason. Why? Hey, Stadion. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Yeah. As I thought. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. And then the squad just goes to town on a dragon. As I thought. Their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard's armor and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Etheris? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? It's also very interesting, if any of you are in go to Old Smathul, you'll notice that the music is different, but the music is literally a built-in part of being in Old Smathul and doing this story, and it makes sense in the story itself, because as you can hear right now, the song is kinda like distant, hardly there, it's kinda broken and unfinished. A little bit like the world.
Dragons? Here?
It was pretty huge, Serac. To me too.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
You know, Meteon, you should probably not say that to us since we're your enemy.
Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Oh look, money. Alif says, I feel like the dragons, the mobs, were living there and walking just fine, but suddenly they're bombarded with attacks from your battle-hungry squad. Combine that with Shade's message in-game, you can see them too, right? The dragons. Meanwhile, 3 adventurers fighting a dragon directly behind me. No, Estinian. I have this like weird feeling something's happening behind me, but no, I don't know what you're talking about. Not the faintest idea, Estinian. Not a one. And Peter and Tracy probably has the right of it, that it is just a case of overconfidence. She can tell us what's happening. We're not going to stop her. So she might as well have a little bit of fun, but also that doesn't work very well with her nihilism, does it? What's the point of her explaining it to us? We're just going to die anyway. Or maybe we just remember that this is a game. And it's a story. And it's more interesting if we actually understand what's happening. The anime way. Soul without body. A form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, it's true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estinian, Caetsu, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteion set these dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please, be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. A vision, not of this star. Would thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee! Alas, with time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. How poetic. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. We'll just fly around and talk with the dragons. I think it would be very annoying for you also to like jump on the magic school bus for every single conversation. I also need to grab the crystal. I mean, annoying for you. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver, no bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame, stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Indeed, Tracy, I have not attuned. That is an interesting place to craft. Bifesk. Bifesk. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch, and wait, and end. Well, you're speaking right now, so... Kinda doubt on that one, but okay. One sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Nor, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Oh, that is a little bit longer, if you want to. Wait. If you want to come along, I can also just go there. It's probably easy to just go there. Or, I don't know. It becomes a little awkward when we mount up and down and up and down and up and down. It's easier when it's like... we have to ride a little bit. The disadvantage of a multi-seat mount is that you can't do anything while mounted. Yeah, thank you for the reminder, Tracy. Space whale, pull my bed. They let you hear as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end.
I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar theories. Midgard's almost kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. I don't think they're going to tell very much, Estinian, but we can observe them. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious photo is indicative of contamination. When life gives you eggs. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. The stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. There's another one. There's another. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonid within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonid was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops, and I'll search the plains. Wouldn't it have made better sense for you to check the cliff tops on account of being able to jump really high? Pingami, move out! Onward! There's a little cliff over there. Would be easier for... Wait a minute, is that what we need? Oh, it is. Behold! Look, everyone! Combat! Only 77 minutes into the stream. Behold! Combat! Oh. Well then, hello. Make omelets. I guess the dragons wouldn't care. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happening here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain? They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet, when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. With what few survived to hatch and emerge as abominations, we shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs.
The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait! You claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Kind of like you, Estinian. Shotgun! Just give it a moment so that you have a chance to hop on if you want, but we will also just go for it. If we want to finish the dungeon tonight, then we do have to not spend too much time just hanging out and talking, I think. We are about halfway through the level 89 quests that we have left. And that means we're about a fourth of the way through right now. And I do believe that the stuff only takes longer and longer the further we get. And if that is true, then you want to go a little faster than a quarter every an hour and a half. We also need to have time to watch all of the credits, as is tradition around here. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? No, not really, no. I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Caetsu, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island, to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? Alright, Emir. See you soon. I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark, as it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island. It vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Lopridge to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that holds us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there's no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island, to A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering their prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against this calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. El-End, they call him. Convenient name in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what are we to lose? Let's get going. Indeed. Slowly, though. Hey, G-baby. And good morning. And Tracy says, hope you want to be awake at 1 AM. We'll see how long it takes, and we'll go with that. I intend to finish tonight. That is the plan. Over there. The boss goes. In? Yeah, the plan is just to complete the reach the credits pretty much. That is the target. And then we will watch the credits, because that has been a tradition with Rewind Replay all this time, that we watch the credits. And if you didn't watch the series back in A Realm Reborn times of the story, then you will have missed out on the, I think it was almost 2-hour long credit sequence after completing the A Realm Reborn leveling story, and we watched the whole thing. And talked about stuff, of course, but yeah.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Yeah.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Buddy, if you talk any slower, you're going to talk backwards. That is incredible. Aye, our pride is crushed, our souls corrupted, the winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
Mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war, we tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Double kill. Well, 2 total kill.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I think they've added a little bit to the music already. I think we can see a bit more of the place. Oh. Test of real. It's also like I feel like I don't know if it's actually there, but it feels like I can almost hear like the lyrics trying to like setting in right at the start and then not. But I think it's just me like imagining it because I kind of know that it's supposed to be there. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Got it, buddy. The wind of confluence. Spring. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other science should arrive before long. Is the wind confluence still there? Or after the fact? He did it. He found a way forward for us. Thank you for checking in, Lemon. I hope you have a wonderful evening or whatever it is where you are. I'll see you very soon. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting, Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. Whoa. As she stole and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. Yeah, it is, probably. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in this sand. Don't trip. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as ordinary stone. Curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Oh aye, the dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Oh, there's Alice. What do you suppose this is that is over there? That? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. The blob of... Like, that genuinely looks like one of the creatures on Etheris when people turn in, it gets overwhelmed by emotion. Like, it straight up looks like that. And there's also a creature exactly like this in the Amarot dungeon. So, I mean... Sorry? A ghostly figure. Whoa. Just getting attacked randomly by the people that live there. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there? Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Let me take a look at myself. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, air, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kopfkorg. Yes, Kopfkorg of the air. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. Bless you, thank you, Bitter. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then? That is well, for there's something I wish to ask of you. Be gone! Like yourselves, we air are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's going to be a little bit more than a 10-minute video, Kopfkorg. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguination. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. I don't know, Ishtola. Why are you looking at me? We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Let me take a look at myself again. Yep, I still look like a blob. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the air, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the air wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why civilizations so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. I know, right? At any rate, we'll find no answer dallying here. Let us be on our way. Oh. Jade writes, "Hey guy, I managed to translate what it says on this stone." Juing. Near Juing, actually. It's right here at the end, it actually says... Just a moment. I can't really show that without also showing the free company text, which I would let them have their privacy. But yeah, it definitely ends on near Juing. Yes. I don't know what that means. But good job. You discover a new location. What are those? They're just walking nonsense. Roads paved. Sacrifice. Hey, Kopfkotch. Kopfkotch. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable, given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Kofkuk? 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 There is a D in the name. It could be Kofkuj. I don't know. I wonder if it ever says the name. You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Oh, excellent. How about this one? You wish to speak? Very well. Pray, a moment if you would. Oh, an etherite. Another one.
Why we see go in, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged?
Perhaps the same as everyone else around these parts? I don't know, man. I don't know. The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Oh, back to Kafkoch. I'm mostly assuming that it is the most absurd possible pronunciation you could imagine, given the absurdity of all the other names around these parts, if I remember correctly.
Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses?
They didn't really yield anything, my friend.
I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are naught but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long.
French abandon. Delta.
I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few heir have awakened. Ah, there they are.
They look just like me.
I introduce you to Lalak, Devdik, and Nenejk.
Hello.
It has been too long, Kafkoch. I dare say Sadder Fourth. Sadder Fourth has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity, thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking?
And that's why I didn't give them separate voices. Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable.
By the way, Kafkoch, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form.
Observe your own body? Yes, I have done that a few times.
Ah yes, so long has it been. It has completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember.
Let me just take a look at my body to figure out if everything's alright. Yep, I look exactly like I did before.
Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you could recall that much.
The law.
Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh, such as they, must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention.
That's right! That's right!
We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation.
Leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline.
Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether.
Found in this land of dynamis, are you sure? The purest ether, right here, in the most concentrated land of dynamis in the world, entirely found in your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. No. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Oh boy, pure ether. I love that. Shower me in crystals. Preferably with a candy taste. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected. They call me Bobby Bushhead. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the heir's homeworld, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarot. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it, a deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? With our mouths. Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths... Let me just take a look at my body. Nope, there's no mouth on that body. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favour us with an explanation? Let me just take a look at my body. Nope, the answer's not there. You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the heir yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena and thence predict the future. If we could achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. Right. And did you find the answers you sought? Blink, blink. Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you resolve to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegaya. Elegaya. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Ere we join the ear, there's one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Caetsu, grazie, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. Many thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you're plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegaya. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. It is quite interesting. The two people that we face, the first one was like, you could say that they're basically animals that are just so advanced by default that they never needed to progress very much. They were pretty happy to just live their lives, have offspring, and like continue to live their lives and tell their stories and live in peace. The dragons. And then we have the heir who wanted the answer to everything. They wanted to solve everything that the universe had to offer and came to the conclusion of basically doing that. They basically did that. But then realized that solving everything doesn't actually help you very much at the end of the day. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. It was but a pretense to speak in private. Oh. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are their simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Meteon made contact with them while they still lived? It's a guess. Hey, K-Black. Of course. She must have visited the stars of the dragons and the air before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make the emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than had she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and, upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. It is my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the air onto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Meteon. Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? Welcome back, Ymir. It is indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet, even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado then, let us go to join our comrades. Let us be off to Elegaia. Still got a slot open, of course. We have a bunch of slots, you could say. Like, as long as we're not entering a dungeon, we could feasibly have a full party just hanging out. And just traveling around. It's just when we enter dungeons or solo duties and such, I have to adjust the party accordingly. Also, there's something that I was wondering. So, for example, so both K-Black, Tracy, and Pito might be able to answer this. But according to what YouTube has told me, when you've had, like, whenever you, like, have been a member for an additional month, you should get, like a special, like, message you can send, you know, similar to how you, like, there's that announcement when someone becomes a member themselves. You should be able to like send some sort of message once a month while having the membership. I don't know how it works. I just wanted to bring it up because I have never seen it, so I don't know if that is like something that isn't actually available. And you might not know that it is available without me saying it, so I just wanted to mention it since there's actually a few people that might be able to test it that is in the chat. I do not believe that you have to touch... I don't think you have to touch the super chat button to do it. So if you can't find it, don't worry about it. You don't have to click anything. It was just, if you can find the button, I'm very curious if it's actually easily findable, because I don't know what it looks like. Yeah. Supposedly there should be something like that. Like, it's supposed to be there to motivate people to, instead of like canceling their membership and then reapplying it so that they get like the announcement every time, they get a special message to use instead. Anyway, seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
So the Big Bang, kind of? Similarly? Well, not entirely. It just expanded. There was no explosion or anything. It just started to expand, according to them.
Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated.
That means that the edge of creation is not a thing.
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
They're suggesting that at some point the expansion will just completely halt, and then everything will go into like an eternal ice age, as they say. Like, no more, like there will not be energy to go back to come around, because apparently the energy is produced from the expansion of the universe, maybe?
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
That is an interesting question, Kusari. How do they make them sound like that? And also, welcome back.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. chasm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Go ahead. That way. It's that way.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Welcome back, Hoshi. Sharo says Shtola's right, and even if there is a finite universe, can't there be infinite knowledge, which will never be found by the ignorant? I believe also. Hey, Alpaca Lips, welcome to the stream. I believe the reasoning is a little bit absurd just by default. The air. So, in a civilization of people that are all mortals that live a finite time, much of the motivation to find knowledge, to build knowledge, is to pass it on to the next generation, so that they might do better, right? But if you're immortal, then you will you could attain knowledge such that you can share it with others. That is something you could do. You could acquire knowledge such that you could share it with the next generation. But you will never die, so you will also be part, your life will also be part of the next generation's life, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So you could just tell them the knowledge that they need to know or want to know. So that already removes some reason to actually write down anything, because you're going to exist forever. And if you have an infinite space for knowledge, then you don't need to write it down for yourself either. But in being infinite yourself, being immortal yourself, that means that you will see the end of the universe. If that exists. And if the logic is, why should I bother? Well, there's a bunch of people in Ultima Thule. Do you want some invites, guys? If the motivation to acquire knowledge is to pass it on to the next generation, or pass it on to someone else, anyone else for that matter, then the instant that you know that you will die and everything else goes with it, then there will be no one to pass your knowledge on to. And if that was your only motivation, then what's the point, right? What's the point? Now, the point, and that is also, I believe, the argument that Y'shtola puts forth. The point that she puts forth is basically that Y'shtola wants to attain knowledge for her own gain. For her own benefit, for the simple act of enjoying acquiring knowledge. That is why she goes out of her way to get knowledge. She does not actually care that maybe the knowledge goes to waste. But the heir do not have feelings, really, as far as I understand. And to that end, they don't really feel the satisfaction of acquiring knowledge. They don't really care about the feeling of acquiring knowledge. So the only motivation they have is acquiring knowledge for a reason, like an actual cold hard logical reason, and there is none to find. What are you going to do with the knowledge yourself? Nothing. So why bother finding it? I think that's kind of the idea, and that is also the problem of many of these people that found out that they wanted to die in this Final Fantasy XIV universe. They discovered immortality in some way, which disconnected them from life itself, and then they couldn't find an actual reason to live, an actual reason to do anything with life. when they stopped feeling live. I think that's part of the reason. Victory lost. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where that light shone. Y'shtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. I think it's interesting. The key thing that I think these people that you end up conversing with in Ultima Thule, the thing that like sort of connects them is that they've given up on the future because of something that happened in the present. And meanwhile, the people, like your people, are in the present and ignore the fact that the future that these people see as worthless and pointless is insignificant compared to the here and now. Besides this, I like how these quest names go more and more distorted and letters are changed to Greek letters. It is funny. And also just like symbols in general. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. I didn't call us useless, Coco. I didn't call anyone useless. I don't think I did. I didn't mean to. You will need the context, Coco. Hey, Pokejack. That must be wild. Pokejack was here at the like very first episode of Rewind Replay, and now we're here. Oh, we're halfway. Excellent. We're ahead of schedule. A bit. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived? Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphinaud with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier foe. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. Tracy says, so what will you do next Saturday? We'll probably do like the post-game, like a post-game story of Endwalker. And then when we've run out of post-game story to do, that's when we will start to do like side quests. Those who know should be concerned. We'll do the post-game, probably. Coco says, is the context in Endwalker? The context is in this specific stream, I think. And also in Endwalker. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels, in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. But let us avoid them, and look for others that appear more approachable. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Oh. Combat! Oh, you meant those who know what this place is connected to should be concerned. That is true. Noot noot, coming through. Oh look, striking dummies. If you don't have striking dummies at your own house, then there's some here. Look, Caetsu, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated in into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Oh look, an aetherite. Beep boop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Well then. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Well then. You learned a few things? So did I. We share our findings, however. I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Sort of. Sort of. So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianger said this? During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegaya. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the air longed for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to MO32, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. MO32 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Victory lost. Not found. The console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch our steps as we make our way. It's very interesting. Basically, the Omicrons, as I recall, I don't remember if they go into deep detail about this here, but basically they like replaced their bodies completely with robot enhancements to improve their bodies such that they are safer from like being attacked by other species. And ultimately they became so robotic that they are entirely dictated by their programming, and their programming is just designated by stigma, which was mostly just designed to improve combat capabilities to be able to protect their people better, which means that they have no desire to produce anything like knowledge or anything unless it can make them stronger, and they don't care about fighting anyone unless it can make them stronger. And the only motivation that Stigma has is to fight strong enemies to become stronger. And what then happens is when it is no longer able to locate enemies that are stronger than themselves, then the programming breaks. Because it's like it's a while loop that then reached the point where it's like, oh, there are no better enemies, so do nothing forever. Like, if they deem that they themselves are the strongest in the universe, or at least in the part of the universe they can observe, then they have nothing to do. And then they just go into lockdown. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Yes, I am an engineer, as you know. You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No lock, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. The significance of these details may be lost on you now, but they lead me to believe this was the home world of Omega.
Mm-hmm.
I speak of the ancient weapon, the one which the Alliance unleashed upon Shinru. I will spare you the long story, but according to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Have at it! Do the thing!
Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic matrix signal 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Oh.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
I don't know, Grahazia. Do you think it would be helpful to talk with Wheatley again?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let us focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. Helpful, wasn't he? Incredibly so. I mean, he was very amenable to tell us what we needed to know. He just didn't have an answer. Like, we're blaming him for not knowing the answer. Suddenly it's his fault, huh? As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Yeah, like, Sir didn't do anything wrong. He just answered the questions as best he could. And the answer is he couldn't. And closed the conversation when he had nothing left to add. Oh. Can I on-aggro them without aggroing extra? Leave me alone, Deltas. Thank you. Thank you. Search base Omicron for errant Omicrons. You may move the camera, as well as zoom in and out. Target an Omicron and examine it with left click. It's a little fast. The Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. That one! An Omicron wandering aimlessly? Where? It's a speedy boy, that one. Aha! I see it!
What do I do next, I wonder?
It's left the base. Let's follow it. I will be right back, and then we continue. Alright? Enjoy your time with the Watcher.
Alright, I'm back. Hey. You'll also be right back, Jade? That is alright. He will continue. I think that's like a pretty good short break, like halfway through the streamish. Also, why is it that all of the ether currents in this zone is here? Just grabbing them so that it's done. Oh, grass over here. Let's go. Oh, is Nelva AFK? Apparently people are a little bit too excited to get home. Or something. A little loud. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Let's go through and see what we can find. Battle portal. It's quite funny how you find like half like biometric or biomachine monstrosities made by Garleans that look like that, and then you find these here. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Caetsu, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? I do, Graha. You're kind of live in it, aren't you? Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Hey, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir, and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. As far as the tree there is concerned, it doesn't really understand why it gets life support, but it's just happy to be here. Hello, world. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. I have a feeling that we're going to be dismounted again once I get to the portal. You know, Ymir, that umbrella really fits your character very well. Best purchase of my life. Yeah, that you know, it does really work really well for you. So I do agree. Ah, says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity.
I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. Oh really? I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach your suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Caetsu, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that, shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first, I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps? That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino and I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. A thunder storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us fight this doubt-plagued Omicron. Are you serious? Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, coming through. You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Gra has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon, LSA will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior. After LSA has cast a spell, you may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target an area and confirm it with left click. I thought it would be a little bit less obvious, but okay. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? And he looks at me. I look at him. Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there.
Welcome back, Shade. Oh. And up we go.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
Say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
It's the same color as the Crystal Tower.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
Well, we're not getting him anywhere in an urn when there's not even ashes to bring.
They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just this, to start.
Also, Hello World is what started with the quests no longer having garbled names.
That crystalline path, Ra has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for our friends and all who await us in faith.
So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. We have 2 magic school bosses. Let's see. Is it through the portal over there? Yes. Look, Caetsu, a portal has opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. Well, here's where the path begins. And it ascends to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far, their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Elfin and Alizé are now accompanying you. Thancred would scout the road ahead. Y'shtola and Urianger would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Raha would join their discussion, or else chat with me and Alizé about the mission. Stinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls. My heartbeat. It's so much quieter now, but the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are, aren't they? It is such a wonderful song. Wait, there's something over there as well. I want to go over there as well. You don't want to miss anything. The innumerable lights that shine in the distance. To think that they all could have birthed civilizations. To think that everything they built has gone to dust. Their peoples lost to despair. The stars floating in the sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alizé beside me, there's nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled, I wonder if there are also worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and where we return, a wheel from which there's no escape. Now we go back to... I actually didn't look this way at first because I assumed they had made it so that you could, like, you wouldn't miss any of them. Like, they just made one singular path to make sure you didn't. The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far, much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It's because we have known failure and frustration, that we have learned and grown from them, that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. That would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. That is a very interesting perspective, Alizé. A very good point. Would you wish that everything in your life up to a certain point was a dream, so you could go back? Or would you rather have what you have now with the good and the bad? Hey Ryan, how are you doing? Rest assured I'm fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? No, we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it.
Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone, and while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden.
Welcome to Rewind Replay Philosophy Edition, Orion. Oh, they're sprinting. They're flat out sprinting.
Well, this is it. The end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet, come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we achieved, and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you.
Yeah, it's like... It's not an unusual discussion to have the one. If you could go back to being like, I don't know, like 10 or something and know what you know now, would you? And what would it change for you to do that? Would you do things differently? And one of the things that I think about the most is you would probably do some things different. You would probably do some things to have a better life. But let me put it like this. Some of my best friends I happened to meet because of a series of coincidences. Like a whole, like... Imagine, like, for example, my best friend randomly I met through Final Fantasy XIV, and they happened to play it on a different coincidence. And I would have to, like, you could say, be ready on the day to have a reasonable chance of meeting them again should I go back in time, right? Just as an example. So, like, there's more to it than just, oh, you could redo your life. What about the things you don't want to change? That is awesome. This is almost... normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Meteon! Oh, hi. Just awkward silence. Sorry, I'm just getting into position. Just one moment. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide? None can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. Hmm. If there's no one here, then neither should there be emotion to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Orion says, my brain likes to keep me awake at night thinking about things like that. The jerk. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Is anyone here? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Here? 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 Is anyone here? There's no one here. There's a dusty table. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. A tree-like object. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, to tell the story. The old thick layer of dust. Exactly, Emir. Oh, Milano's here. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. If you want to be part of the party, you're very welcome to, Gilano. You can also just not be. It is entirely up to you. But like, since you're here anyway. We'll figure out what we do with the party when the dungeon appears inevitably. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise by no signs of life. If anyone can hear me, say something. 5-man dungeon. If only. That's called crystalline conflict. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Oh, there. The dungeon. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be a letterbox. It could be letterboxes. The door's rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Caetsu, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? No. Not really. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphen and compare what we've learned. Nothing? Or very little at least. I will probably make a tag on reminders on the Discord when we are ready to enter the dungeon, so that people have like a bit of a chance to actually like prepare to participate.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
Tracy, you would not be useless. The point is that we want to do it together, and we need 8 people to actually go for it on minimum item level. Now you might be scared by the concept of doing the dungeon at, like do the trial at minimum item level, but minimum item level for the trial is extremely close to what you would naturally have when you unlock it. And if we wipe, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is that we're having fun together, and that is good enough. And also, as Ymir says, you are not useless. Everyone learns at different paces, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to be perfect. You don't even have to be great. You don't even have to be good. It's okay. You're not useless. You know how much you die in trials? So what? Everyone learns at different paces. I promised your parents I'd keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow.
Despair. So delicious.
You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
No!
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
A rainbowy prism bridge earlier in Old Charlian.
Please, please, oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
And all you get to know is, do you remember the sound of those footsteps? In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You
world.
must triumph.
Drink of calamity and drown in... Be safe, all of you, and come back.
It was all
I am ever grateful.
What I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't forsake our cause. Surprise!
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. and creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteon, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
It's over, Meteon.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Yokosari's here too. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Indeed, this is the place that the end slate of most of my videos take place. Now the next quest is the dungeon, so what I will do first is I will say... And then I will be right back, and then we'll do the dungeon. If there's any like preference of who comes with me into the dungeon, those that are in the party right now might want to like take a discussion if there's anyone that would really like to come along, versus some that go, actually I would prefer to just hang out while we're not in the trial. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I see we have a party ready. Right, so, those that are hanging, like, that are passing the dungeon, of course, there will be the trial afterwards. We're going to be trying that on minimum item level for certain, because there is no, like, syncing on that dungeon whatsoever, which means that if you do that normally, you're going to lose out on a lot of dialogue nowadays, unfortunately. So I'm very happy to see that we actually have like 8 people already present. However, we can also do the dungeon at minimum item level if the group is up for it. Let me just get the quest first. Oh, we get a thing. Are you ready, Caetsu? Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swells the emotions that Meteion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not to ignorance, but by choice. Not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Let's put an end to the end. Let's put an end to the end. Aye. Aye. The dead end is now accessible. Let me just check. What's the difference here? Minimum item level is 540. It's not a huge leap for me, I think. I do this. Are y'all good with that? Jade says wait. Nelva needs 2 minutes. That is okay. We can wait for that. Ryan says minimum item level sounds rough for dead ends, to be honest. Well, here's an interesting thing. Item level sync is 570. So what it really means is that Shade, Nelva, and Umia will get like go 30 item levels lower, but I will pretty much be mostly unchanged. I'm pretty sure might actually drop even lower than that, because gear that is below the threshold will not get, you know, synced up. So this might be rough, but it should be doable. The scary thing about the Dead Ends dungeon is getting the mechanics right, and if there's one thing that I'm good at in this particular dungeon is getting the boss mechanics right. Now, pulling 2 packs at a time is going to be an exercise in getting wiped, I think, doing this. But when we did the Aishia scope last week, we pulled 1 pack at a time-ish, so that we had time to like read the things on the floor and stuff. Which means that we wouldn't pull extra anyway, so it will probably not change much. And then we go. So of course, I'm thinking we take it like slowly with the packs, and I'll try to read the things as we find them. Oh no, my portrait! What did I equip? I'm pretty sure I fixed it.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
You're right, Orion. I do, however, understand why it is, because some players might be annoyed that their portrait has changed, so they'd rather just say, no, 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 you have to say yes to it, you have to accept that it has changed. And sometimes you make changes that you believe are insignificant, but are significant.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
I think that there's a pact coming at us.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
I agree, Orion. It is a little bit annoying that they don't give you the option to just like say, no, 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 just let it always be updated. That would be a nice middle ground, so that you just have to accept once and for all to get it done. I agree on that. It's just not how it is, unfortunately. Oh, there's still one alive. My bad. You're tanky. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There's no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, and yet craved more, that our progeny might someday flourish as we never could. Eventually, we ventured to the lands above bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking. Another advantage is that we will have more cooldowns to work with for each pool by doing it this way. We like naturally spend time between pools. This is also a good song. It's just far too depressing to use on the regular. I feel like for a video, for example. Ryan says, I'm going to keep an eye on Shade's health bar during the next few packs.
Not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
A problem that can sometimes occur when you are doing like pulls in an unusual way, like you're pulling less than you're normally pulling, is that you might be likely to use less cooldowns, which in its own right will also cause problems. And this is possibly the hardest pull in the dungeon, by the way. Oh boy, there's the Super Brolite. But yeah, this pull is absolutely insane. I've talked about this previously. I believe I also described this for Orion on a conversation we had on Discord at one point, that the warped flesh boys here, the long boys, because apparently all of the things are called warped flesh. The long boys here, they hit ridiculously hard for like a regular mob, and it for some reason it's like a key feature of those mobs is that they always do that. The only saving grace is that in this particular instance they don't have a permanent frontal cone cleave on their auto attacks. That is the only positive. By the way, there's something to read here. That went really well, all things considered. This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our undoing, and the final blessing the star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. Sip says, I've never had trouble healing that pull. Granted, guy is usually my tank. Well, there you go. I don't have huge problems doing these pulls, but if my healer or my tank is weak, then I notice it almost instantaneously on that pull. Keep the wind in your back. Wind in your back. That is the safest way to deal with this mechanic. Wind in your back. I've learned to use that phrase for it specifically because it's the only way to explain to like a sprout or a first timer how to deal with that mechanic while also dealing with the mechanic myself. This is easiest if you clump up together because the follow-up mechanic is the stack where you need to find a friend. Uh-oh. Rescue can save Ymir. If you time it just right, as a healer, you can actually save the one that gets feared away by using rescue to drag them in again. It's not easy. Remember, wind in your back, Shade. Oh boy. Nice. And there's a tank buster. Nice. Basically did no damage. And now I can certainly feel the minimum item level right now. The boss is way too healthy for where we are in the boss mechanics. We're even having a looping mechanic. Yikes. Nice.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
I roll a 2. Orion says, wind in your back also sounds very piratey, so it's a good opportunity to subtly talk like a pirate. Wind in your back, matey.
A brilliant star eradicated
Yar.
disease. before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Ryan says, how do you feel about Dragoon's AoE rotation in trash packs compared to some of the other melee? I feel like, well, the AoE rotation of Dragoon matches extremely well with what I would expect the AoE rotation of Dragoon to be, because Dragoon's AoE rotation is the only change in your AoE rotation is that you replace your 5-step combos with a shorter combo, which is the common thing with AoE rotations. But say for Samurai, you would actually change some of the actions you use because you have AoE versions of your other tools, and you have 2 different AoE combos, because to Samurai, the multiple options of cooldowns you have, of rotation that you have, is a core component of the rotation. So it makes perfect sense that the Dragoon rotation would be this way, to me at least. And I don't know if that's the kind of answer you were seeking, but that's the way that I see it, is that it's... I think that if someone asked me to make a Dragoon AoE rotation, it would be what I would come up with if I compared it to what we actually have. Can I read this before the mobs attack us?
Its people sought
Please go and follow.
greater freedoms, no matter the cost.
That otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence is a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet, the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of this star and its once myriad nations, the wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel. The world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. Maybe not no matter the cost. Freedom Fighters. The Freedom Fighters is the other faction. that hedgehog.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Orion, basically, Dragoons, one of the key things about the Dragoon rotation, at least to me, one of the key things that stand out to me about the Dragoons rotation is specifically that its weapon skill combos are a completely disconnected part of its rotation that is completely unrelated to all of its cooldowns. Like, the regular rotation just happens as part of this. Compare that to most other jobs in melee range, for that matter, where your weapon skills play a core feature in your burst and stuff like that. Dragoon literally just is told to spin like a plate while also doing something else. Like, you're literally asked to do 2 different things, and that's how the rotation works, pretty much. And the fact that not only is only the melee combo altered by there being AoE, by there being like an AoE situation, that is one thing. But the fact that it's like simplified in the way that most AoE rotations are, really like underline that. Read this. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Oops. Meteon actually a surprisingly similar result as the Peacekeepers, when you think about it. This fight I prefer to spread out to a corner almost every, once, 1/4 of the arena almost every time a boss mechanic happens. Simply because the spread markers tend to happen every time there's a boss mechanic. It was pretty funny when I was getting some of my friends into the dungeon for the very first time back when Endwalker was still very new. I was like, oh yeah, I can teach you this mechanic on the first boss. I could just say, oh, you just follow me around, it'll be fine. And then we get to this boss and I instead say, oh, I'll remove the marker on me. You have to do this on your own. That was really funny. To me, at least, it was really, really funny. Ryan says, maybe we shouldn't have let the intern program the Peacekeeper AI. Oh. That is a pretty good point. Uh-oh. Give me a stat. Do we have the resources to recover? And there's a tank buster, so you get the feint. I think it's magic damage, so it's not as effective. But hey, it's better than nothing, right? This is such a ridiculous mechanic. If you've ever randomly been killed on that mechanic because there wasn't a save spot in the corner you went to, that's because one of the, there is one extra line somewhere that makes it so that there is actually one of the lines that is never safe. That often gets people killed because they don't expect it to work like that. Here comes a tank buster again. I think I'll be using a limit break once this cooldown sort of plays out. Actually, there's not a good spot to use a limit break right now, I don't think. Nailed it!
Asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Oh wait. Oh, never mind. Can I talk with him? No.
Father still existed a star without strife.
This is actually also a really difficult pull to pull both packs because of how awkward the first one is to drag on to the next one. There's also something to read there, so it's probably not very helpful to do a double pull here, as we want to read that. That's true, Ryan. The next pull is also very, very brutal. I think it's just a fact of the dungeon, but the very start of the dungeon was extremely scary. A curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. It was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping, perhaps, our answer might change. In retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have used Limit Break near the end of the last boss. But hey, now we used it. Then you can't say I didn't use it. Are you winning, son? It's just, generally, this dungeon is really brutal. I feel like the middle part of the dungeon is a little nicer, but generally this dungeon is... Not only is the like item level sync a little low, but it's also a really difficult dungeon.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Elder says, are you talking from experience? I am. I know that a tank can solo the second boss. I believe a tank can also solo the third boss. Simply because the stack marker doesn't deal enough damage for it to actually be lethal to a tank, if you plan around it. The first boss, I'm not so sure, because the triangle marker is guaranteed to fear you, which means you're going to get hit by the follow-up mechanic, which I don't know if you can keep up with that as well, like on top of everything else as while soloing, right? But yeah, like for the most part, yeah, a tank can do the majority of this dungeon alone. An actually worrying amount of the dungeon can be soloed by a tank. Alright, thank you. I was looking for where the next thing was. And Coco is just about to reach Endwalker. Nice. We always told the DPS in our WoW guild to have bandages ready. Wait, for what? In case they needed healing? There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggle to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity there's naught left to question. We are infinity constricted by the finite, but no more. Ra'ala shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. Nah, Enelva just needs a moment. Yeah, like, I don't know if like in current World of Warcraft bandages are as helpful. I suppose they're a little bit helpful in like Mythic Plus stuff and such, but in like older versions of World of Warcraft, like Classic, just having bandages can be incredibly helpful. Like the free healing is pretty good. An in-joke. Ah, okay. Bring your own bandages. You don't know if the healers will actually heal you. They look similar to the Ancients a little bit, don't they? With their anonymous masks and robes. It is a very cool design. Are we ready to go?
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
All the buttons. I had to get a little creative with that burst because I didn't plan for a feint to be there.
And its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
It is very pretty. It's a very cool monster. Stop jumping around though. That is very annoying, Rana. All the things. Oh. Another one. And my feint just barely lined up. Just barely. Krantz. A tip, if you're wondering how I know where the boss is running, it might be obvious, but the boss it actually turns to face the direction it's going to jump at the very start. So like the very first one you can predict with like certainty if you want to chase it around. Like in that specific mechanic, it is totally understandable to choose to just go no. I'm just going to go safe because it's too painful to get hit by that mechanic. I remember once, a long time ago, I had a tank while I was healing this dungeon who got mad at me because I didn't fully top up everyone when Warm Glow was coming up, because their argument was that the attack does so much damage that if you don't top everyone up, they will die. But they said this after we had killed the boss, and no one died. So I just sat there like, did you die though? If the boss is still alive, I will limit break after this mechanic is done and we're safe. Because we're not getting LB2. We're too good for that. Nice! No wipes? Perfect! Really well done, everyone. On the hardest difficulty this boss comes at, in a normal way where you don't actually go out of your way to make it extra hard by using summoners or something. Like just summoners. We're not going 8 summoners for the trial, don't you worry. We're not going 8 summoners for that. I'll pass on it. That bird is something a lot of players farm to get. Even if like I didn't win, I feel like it would be mean to need on it when there's 3 mains in the group that would actually really want to have it. Nice. Now there's more cutscene, and then eventually there's going to be the trial. Hopefully we'll still 8 by then.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up again and again without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair.
That's a lot of meteons.
Ever will the living cast the present and announce the future.
Bird up.
Sing until life ceases to be.
Bird up. Too many Quasari. Too many. Bird up! Dun dun dun!
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises. We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait!
You gifted them escape and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
My friend!
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you.
Finally, someone else who eats ether crystals. Am I right? Am I right? I'm just saying. Finally!
I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I don't want your help, but I want to have an option to say, give me help. If it comes to it, I won't save you.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day, now accessible. See. I'll try to invite people now. I don't like those that want to join, you just accept. If you don't want to come, then we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I can see that Shade and Nelva is in a party with themselves. Do you want to join still? Apparently we have 8. I just want to say that the further back you go, this has been more common, but Sip has been standing ready just in case. Now the big question is, do we actually have a balanced party? We have 2 tanks and 2 healers. Excellent. Well, we have a party. Right, the party bonus, of course. I was just thinking 2 tanks, 2 healers, 4 DPS, but that is correct, Orion. Now we are, and Umia as well. Because I think it was Orion that changed. So, here we go. Minimum item level. Done. Which means that we go down to 540. For some of you, this might feel like going back in time almost. And I forgot my portrait. Also, hello Alif. Glad you don't miss the big finale. You were so excited for it, so I'm glad you don't miss it. And thank you, Folkjack.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
How about tacos? Can we have that? Can we reach that, maybe? Well, you have to choose who tanks in 10 seconds because else Trace will have to pull for you. So go onward now, please. A bit too late there.
There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
It's okay. It's fine. It's just we needed to go for the technical step. It's fine. Don't worry about it, everyone. Oh, right. There's a boss mechanic. I will not survive messing that up a second time. Oh, that's a lot of damage, by the way. Oh, oh, Amy is also dead. Can we keep up with the damage? Watch out for the laser beams. Oh.
Your suffering is at an end.
Watch out for the side beams. We can do it! This isn't over, we have fully recovered.
This is a kindness.
And then we spread out. Nice, awesome. Oh, feathers.
All of us
Oh.
have known despair.
Ymir, make sure to... We don't have a tank. We need some... It might be a good idea to turn on your tank stance, Ymir, just in case Shade dies.
We have seen the end.
Because if you don't, then we are like 2 DPS that stand to die when it inevitably happens. Or if it inevitably happens, we will die, is what I meant to say.
The same end. Again and again.
And we have recovered again. Oh, Gilano's not doing well on mana. Do you have Lucid Dreaming and Thin Air, maybe? That would really help right about now. Oh, I looked at the wrong one. I am sorry. This is like a raise galore over here. Okay, I need to see where is it actually. Oh. It is not an easy mechanic. Like the planets, I see them, I know what I'm supposed to do, and then I'll still miscalculate it. Like, it is very, very hard.
So lonely
Oh.
the stars.
I don't think I remember this mechanic. Like, ever seeing it, honestly? But it might have just been a really long time ago. Watch out for the middle laser as well. I know that I'm several seconds behind, so you probably can't hear it anyway, but on the off chance that anyone has a short enough delay on the stream that they can hear it as it happens, that it is worth announcing. How about some more planets? Okay, I had a hard time seeing that planet even existing. Like, it spawned on top of the other one.
The same end. Again and again.
So which order is it going to be in? Right. Survival first. Oh. Survival first. And we keep going. I think we're doing excellent. Like, despite all of the deaths, this is really well done. So everyone just stay positive. We will beat this. It is supposed to feel like this. And maybe a little bit insurmountable. It's supposed to be like that. Did you use a defensive, Ymir? You did use a defensive, huh? Did you have a lot of Vuln stacks? What happened? Were we supposed to stack with you? Watch out to the sides.
Even stars must die.
Yeah, Heart of Corundum should have been enough. Normally you don't need more than that for like normal content. I'm starting to notice that the meteors crash at extremely specific spots. Like, it looks like they could crash literally anywhere, but they crash in like 4 specific spots that are like slightly off at an angle. Twice? Wow. This mechanic I don't think I ever have seen before happening twice even.
If there is no happiness in life.
Oh, here it comes.
There is
Well, there's
only
the ad
one
phase
place
first.
it may be found.
Oh, right. There's all the meteors happening in this phase. So much damage. Oh. I don't even know if feint helps. I don't know if it's actually the ad that does the attack. Well, look at our damage. We're fine. 40%. So which tank is ready to do the thing? Remember to do it at the right time or we die. Limit break. Tank. Perfect. Oof. Nice. And then we realize that limit break is dynamis, or at least is similar to dynamis.
You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
Rather than go full blast, I will build up some resources.
Your time has come. It always does.
And then you just stand there like, we don't have limit break. And then you don't see everyone die. I also heard all the buffs run out. Here we go.
What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
Yeah, this phase, by the way, is really healer intense. I did this the first time as a healer, and I was using cooldowns all the time. So yeah, it might be a good idea to hang out close when we can.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
And here comes the big cleaves. Oh. Oof. Oof. Many damage. Handle it.
The hope will shine again.
What I saw.
Feint time! Time for my signature defensive cooldown. It's a roll action. Take this.
No life, no star, nor the universe itself. should hope for better.
Oh, the damage. Damage! No! Tracy! Oh, Tracy is down! I see we will... I don't think we will get Limit Break 3. But I'm holding out for a 2. And I don't think we're getting it. Instead, I will finally, I think for the first time on stream, actually do the Life of the Dragon end of fight flip.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Did we get Limit Break 2? Good job, everyone. That was awesome. It's so good. And everyone did super well. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. When I started this entire series, I never expected that we actually would have 8 people to do something like this. Alif says, watch that again later. I'm going to go to sleep. I don't know when I fell asleep just now, but I woke up at 4. I think that was when Xenos happened. Alright, Alif, thank you for tuning in. Good night to you, or good morning, you could say. Such a good job, guys. And that fight, all those mechanics, many of them are really punishing, as you saw. You get hit by one planet explosion, then the following one is almost certain to kill you if you have the vulnerability stack, right? It's really mean for a normal encounter. It's just that it goes slowly enough that people can react. Exactly, in the end we have 8. And that's fine, Tracy. You did perfectly fine.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that, where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
Well, that I can't deny.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
You know what, Ymir? Back when Endwalker was new, you could only do this fight once per character. Like, there was no New Game Plus to go back and do it again. There were many people that were like, is there a way for me to like go back and go again? I kind of want to go again. Only once. And it is, I believe it's tedious to go back here anyway. Nowadays. So I've only done this fight once ever before this. And I did that as Summoner. So let's go.
Hold nothing back. Push yourself to your limit and me to mine.
Oh. I didn't actually see there was a knockback coming over there.
The best Heidelland's chosen can master.
Oh, wait, that's fire.
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
I don't really have anything for that. Ow. 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 How many are you doing? That many, okay. Little many. For a DPS with no defensive tools.
Mine for the taking.
Mine for the taking. I remember I said that for weeks after this fight.
Mine for the taking.
Mine for the taking. That was, by the way, a lot of mechanics, like back to back to back to open a fight before you went over to like do something a little bit slower. And all of these mechanics are presented like types of mechanics that if you have played through this game, then you will know every single one of these mechanics, and it will not surprise you. Like, the fire thing, and the lightning, and the water, like, that's mechanics from this, like, from the fight with Xenos himself, so of course you would know this.
Mine for the taking.
Mine for the taking. A test of your reflexes. Diamond dust. Oh yeah, with the snap and everything.
A test of your reflexes.
But this isn't even close to over.
Ah, my soul, how burns! I know you too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
That's a bit unfair, mate.
Tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
I don't know what that mechanic is going to be. No, you don't. I'll sidestep it. A test of your reflexes. I have you.
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Ow. 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 How many, man?
A test of your reflexes.
A little much on that one. Like, it does precisely so much damage that a DPS would be like, I don't think I can live that. And it's particularly apt because Dragoon is the one job that would have literally nothing. Like, I don't have anything. So, like, if that kills me as a Dragoon, then I can just, like, go, oh, well, then I can't do it. So if a Dragoon can do it just fine, then basically any job can do it.
A test of your reflexes. I have you. No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent.
Oh, then.
Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Oof. A monk moment. Punch! Potato mash.
That I should lose again. How disappointing.
Are you okay?
Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding, brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and... Please. You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you! So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
You got it.
Are you with us? Thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone all right?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oops.
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
I hope you're ready. This is sacred.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
What a long story. It's such a good finale to such a long, to this long story. Only took 10 years. When was the first episode of Rewind Replay? I think that was like September or something? been 84 years, indeed. It's been a long time. The first episode was 13th of August. Huh.
Is that?
10 months.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home. Yes! Ah.
Welcome home, everyone!
And 2 side quest episodes, that's true. It's crazy that the bunnies built a Star Destroyer. I mean, they built a lot of incredible things when you think about it. See, this would have been a lot more difficult to record nicely if they weren't both Lalafells. Thank you, Pokejack. Take your time. We aren't going anywhere. Well, we of course we finished the final quest of this stream. Next week we'll of course continue. But the last thing we're doing here is watch the credits, pretty much.
Welcome home!
Oh, you just parked it in the water. Sure. Don't worry about it. It takes another almost hour. It takes surprisingly long, yeah. But actually, when I finished the story on my own, I also watched all of the credits on my main. I always do that. I think in A Realm Reborn I didn't actually watch all of the credits on the very first time, but genuinely I typically watch the credits. In games that I thoroughly enjoyed, when I reach the credits, I typically let them play. It's a ship, I'm sure it floats on water. It'll be fine. Cockle over there like, are you crazy? But we did it. We did the thing. And as I said, we're doing the post game of Endwalker on the on the next streams. I think it'll take like 3 episodes. 3 or 4. Maybe, very small, maybe it'll take 2. I'm pretty sure it'll take, like, I believe it takes like 4 hours, at least, to do a set of main quests. Was there an engineering way amongst the bunnies? I don't think there is an engineering way, but apparently all of them are engineers. But it's a very long story. battle director. Well, as I said previously, and I said a few times before, I didn't expect, like, when we started this series, it was actually like, it was typically just me and Pokeshack that was like hanging out, and then other people like cycled through, but it was pretty much like for the first many episodes it was like there were people that were enjoying it, but I know that for a long part it was actually me and Pokeshack and then other people. So while some of you may not even have the faintest idea who this Pokeshack is because he has been away for some streams, he is like one of the OGs, so to speak. So just wanted to say that that he was there for many streams where it was completely quiet in the beginning, and at the very beginning there were a little bit more watching along because like all things considered, like it was like a graph that went straight down and just stayed there. So I never expected that we would ever reach a point where I would, like, for instance, start a stream and go, oh, actually I need some glamour dispellers, and then someone just rolls up to me like, there you go. Oh, do you also have some dye? Of course, here you go. Can you guys repair my gear? Absolutely. And then we go up to the dungeon and there's people ready. We go to the trial, there's people ready. I never expected I would ever be in a situation where, like, where I'm doing the quest and there's like people running around with me, almost like basically clearing the way for me. I never expected that. So like it's a huge, like, huge change, and it's so wonderful. Ymir says, if you can't get a bit sappy, of course you can. Thank you for streaming. It has become a permanent part of my life, and it is a constant source of entertainment. You have really helped me get through some tough times. Thank you so much, Ymir. That really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. That is something that normally it is something that you hear other people be told, so to speak. I didn't expect I would ever be the person to do that for someone else. This is something that this is what I can do for people, is I can hopefully brighten their day a little bit, and maybe I can teach you a thing or two, maybe fill you with a little bit of hope, and make you feel like you can do it. And if I can do that, then that would mean so much to me. So thank you so much, Ymir. And everyone else. I'm sure you're not the only one. Kasadi says, upon checking, Erenville is voiced by an Icelandic person. See? Coco was right! I remember Coco tuned in randomly when we were doing Raktika Greatwood stuff, or was it even like just Shadowbringer stuff, and Coco immediately went, that is an Icelandic person. Like, why like they were immediately like, that's that Icelandic accent. I'm pretty sure it was Coco. So there you go. Thank you, Kasadi. Thank you all so much. When Tracy says, when you say side quests, do you mean stuff like Boja? So I mean, we're probably going to be leveling some more jobs. We can't have all those people sit there with their hearts getting crushed by all the XP wasted. So I suppose we will have to unlock some more jobs and level them. That is one thing. Another thing is things like Alexander, Omega, Eden, and even Pandemonium eventually. So, like, we would just be doing like content. I don't know if we're doing it like every Saturday necessarily. We might like mix it up if there's something else we would want to do on Saturdays, or like long streams, because usually it's the Smol Caetsu stream that is the long stream of the week. But that would be the plan. Like when I say side quests, that's the plan. And that is mainly like leveling jobs, unlocking content, like doing Alexander again, doing Omega again, doing Eden again, doing the Alliance Raid series, although I feel like we might have to postpone that until we have like 24 people at the ready one day. No, that's fine. I was thinking that was torn from the heavens or something, but it's not. Let me just put it like this. I have in the works a video about the fact that Alliance Raid roulettes take a, like, it's basically Crystal Tower roulette. And to get footage for that, I sat in queue for like 30 minutes to try and go into a near raid, and had to give up. I actually had to I just gave up because I ran out of time. Like, I need to, like, if we're going to make some videos, I can't spend hours sitting and waiting for a queue to happen. So I tried something else. But my point is that those Alliance raids are going to be difficult to get rolling on a stream. And Tracy says, you've made me a lot more confident. I'm glad to hear that. And I hope that it is something that we can continue to work on as well. Ryan says, I guess it is true what they say. Game recognize game, so to speak. Is this the thing with Coco? But yeah, we will try to progress through all of the content again. And I think the way it's going to go down... actually, that is an interesting thing, because normally when a new patch comes out, as you've seen, I plan a stream to do all of the new stuff on stream, so that you get to see my first time experience, and usually I do the stuff on the day it comes out, if I can, on my main. So the question becomes, like, should I still do that, or should I postpone it? Like, postpone the stream of the new content to show it on these streams, because we're going to be doing it there as well. Or maybe what we do is that when we have one of those, like, new MSQ stuff streams, we do that, and then we just do something else on the Smol Caetsu streams instead. And then, like, postpone it for a little bit. Like, that's going to be something I will also have to figure out. Usually, as you've seen, the patch day when a lot of new stuff comes out becomes a really long stream. Math Robot. Indeed. And speaking of Math Robot, with how they've been adding voices to so much more stuff with Endwalker, and they're continuing to expand it, like the newest raid has voices for all things in all of the 4 bosses, like in the actual boss fights. Imagine how much better Math Robot would have been if it actually like had a voice line for that mechanic. Because it says, since their first voiced appearance, it was pretty much set in stone that Viera have Icelandic accent. I don't know how well voice actors replicate it, but at least one of the Viera voices in in Icelandic. Well, they do it well enough that Coco, who is Icelandic, has not once brought up that there was a bad one in between them. And they would know. So that is like a pretty good sign, I would say. I wonder if they're all actually like Icelandic people voicing them, or some of them are really good imitators. I don't know. No, so Shadowbringers, I believe E4 didn't have much voice acting, E8 had voice acting, and E12 had voice acting. I believe E11 also had, but I'm pretty sure E9 and E10 didn't. And E5 to 7 and E1 to 3 didn't. And I'm just using the vague ones like this because maybe someone in the chat has not done the Shadowbringers raids. Compare that to Pandemonium, where, well, P4 wasn't voiced, I believe, and then P8 was fully voiced, and not only like fully, well, let's see, P8 was completely fully voiced from start to finish, and the boss fight. And P9, 10, 11, and 12 are all fully voiced. Like, completely. I don't know why they do it like that, but I would hope in the future that they make it so that it's like all 4 bosses in every raid tier that is like that. It's just more fun like that. It's just way more fun. There's this animation by Bouncy 2D. I shared one on the Discord recently. But there's this one animation that is basically all the voice acting in the animation is Lalafell noises and boss voice lines from P8. That's it. Like, it's just memes based on reusing the boss voice lines in funny situations. And like I'll probably link it after the stream when I can find it again. But it's so funny. And like this stuff comes from that. Like Orion's despair, so delicious, is a voice line from World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King. It is a voice line that hasn't come up in the remake, like in the classic that we have right now of World of Warcraft. Like, they haven't gotten to that yet. It is such an old quote that hasn't been relevant for years, like for actually genuinely for over a decade. It has not been relevant, but people remember it. And it's just some random boss in a dungeon. It's like, It's similar to Greenvard yelling, "We go together!" Except it's even longer ago. It matters so much, even though it's so little. Like, they could just add text, and remember, every time a boss has voiced lines, they need one for English, and for Japanese, and for German, and for French, at the very least. Which means that it's quite a lot of work, right? And a lot of voice actors. So just, it is... agony and sorrow! I can't even remember what boss says that, but I can hear the quote. Exactly, kind of like, such devastation. And Peter says, my experience with the MSQ wouldn't have been the same without the sloppy fight. Also a very good example. So many good examples. And let the rebels begin! I don't remember where Agony and Sorrow is from, but the Chainsaw Man in Doma is Greenward. That is the guy that says, "We go together!" Ymir, do you not remember Sloppy? Sloppy! No, what's his name? You remember the guy that caught, and that cut Rauban's arm off. Suddenly his name just dropped from my head. The guy that cut Rauban's arm off. The Griffin, exactly. He says he jumps to a corner of the arena and does a frontal, like, 180-degree cone, but still a cone. AoE that basically one-shots you if you get hit by it, but he gives you, like, a good 10+ seconds to run. And when he fires the attack, he says, "Sloppy." It's such a it's such a funny way he says it. And the key thing with that fight is, like, unless you like skip it, he will actually like crowd control the healer, so the DPS in the tank has to deal with a mechanic like break the chains, and then he will go in the corner and do the sloppy thing. And if the healer dies to that, it's a good chance that you're going to wipe, because at level 60, warriors not capable of keeping everyone alive like that, and they might not be able to deal with the rest of the fight because there are DPS checks. Agony and Sorrow! What dungeon is it? What fight is it? Agony and Sorrow. Is it an Endwalker one? Yes, Matt! There it is! Yes, exactly! Exactly! There it is! Wow! Incredible. You see, that is even sadder. The final boss of the raid, where the Math Robot is fully voice acted for its boss fight, but Math Robot didn't get voice acted for some reason. It's so sad. I wonder how different the story would have been, Pito, if Papalima was still with us after that. Or even if he replaced someone else. Great, Pokeshak. And it is perfect, thank you. And you see, exactly. We sit a bunch of people like, oh yeah, that voice line. Who says that again? Like, the voice lines themselves sometimes outlive the actual boss itself, which is even more value to having voice lines. It makes them, like, last longer. Like, actually, I think a pretty good sickness must be purged. Sickness must be purged. That's the vault. Destruction! Is that Sargeras that says that, Orion? I've actually never done that specific fight, so I never knew where it originated from. And there's also a Run Away, Little Girl! Run Away! That one is from Karazhan in World of Warcraft. The old Karazhan. When the big bad wolf chases a random party member that is then given a Red Riding Hood. Anxiety says, also speaking of P8, the phase 2 of the Savage version's voice lines are still stuck in my head. So I of course never did it. I never did P8S, so I didn't really get that well acquainted with phase 2. Many of the just regular P8 voice lines are memorable as well. Sear flesh from bone. Leave not but ash in your wake. I am righteousness, and righteousness will prevail. Oh, there you go, Peter. There's Mount Colg for you. Incredible timing, Peter. Nice. Receive of my death and be honored. Taste my wrath. Oh yeah, that one. I remember that one when we did Morning Mount Farm and was farming Innocence. Who was it that mentioned that they mishear it as feel my broth? Which makes no sense. I've come to kill chaos. I think it's actually we've come to kill chaos. Ymir says you did? Oh well, the mount farming stream, someone else said something about broth. That wasn't actually it wasn't actually my idea. I then remembered it when Smol Caetsu got to it. Society says it might have been me. It might well have been you. We've come to kill chaos. Just the speaking of Strangers of Paradise, just the other day. So I've been with the release of Strangers of Paradise on Steam. It's been a while. I played through. So Sip got the game and played through it on his own on action difficulty, and then me and Sip together played through on hard so that he could experience the harder difficulty with no NPC help. Again, and just the other day we completed the actual, like, the base story, not the DLC, because that kind of awkwardly breaks because of the post-game gearing and stuff, but we completed that. So we just recently have been playing a lot of Strangers of Paradise again. Dilana says, I love Thunder God Sid's voice and voice lines in Obon. And Agrias too. I'm just saying, boss voice lines are incredible for, like, making memories on bosses. Absolutely incredible. It's only a good thing to add them. It's just really costly. Very, very costly to add them, I guess. On account of voice actors need to be paid properly. Oh, Seed of Sacrifice. To me, Warriors of Light! Yeah, if all of the pixies in Shadowbringers, they had like an Irish accent, didn't they? A beautiful branch. Yeah, actually, speaking of the Warrior of Light, I think I've told this on Smol Caetsu before, but that MSQ where Warrior of Light happened to feature... Oh, Scottish accent. Sorry, my bad. I'm apparently not versed enough in accents to tell the difference, and that's my mistake. But the part of the MSQ where we had Hero's Gauntlet and the Seed of Sacrifice was, I think, the first time I actually like completed the MSQ with friends in any way. And now that I think about it, it might have been the only time on my main. And if I remember correctly, because of like waiting for each other and, you know, just hanging out, it took like 6 hours to do it. But didn't it take about that long on Smol Kai as well? Now that I think about it. I remember that the stream where we did Seed of Sacrifice took, like, that part took surprisingly long to beat. But yeah, Endwalker so far has taken 8 episodes. 8 episodes. So that's it's going to be more than like a fifth of this entire series when we're done. Possibly closer to a fourth. A fellow Brit, would you like some tea and crumpets? I would like tea, but I prefer fruit tea, and I've heard that you're not most happy with that. Also, I don't have any more tea. Could you imagine? Normal cup? Teacup? And there's never enough in this. I really, like, my favorite is like melon tea. And it is absurd because it tastes like synthetic melon. But I really like it. He's thick. It's the bigness. Oh, if I remember correctly, this was also one of those streams where we went like kind of overtime. This was the one where we went overtime because I didn't want to end it on a bad, like, in the sadness that was where we were in the story. And then I believe we had the whole... Then we had a stream where we didn't even manage to get to a dungeon. Because there's so much story. We are going overtime today. We are already overtime. But I promised that we would finish today. And I basically called the... well... the cult of the Pink and the Pink Army itself to arms to help me with this trial. Could you imagine if I went, oh, actually it's kind of getting late, guys, and you're all standing there ready to fight? No. No. I said it was going to happen. I said that last week, that we were going to do it. So we're doing it. For the most part, if I say that I am going to do something, then there's going to be a very good reason if I don't actually come around and do it. So, like, for the most part, if I say, like, I might do X, then it's no promise. But if I say we're doing something, then there has to be a good reason for me to not actually follow through. Because I'd rather be honest about it instead of give you false hope of something coming, and then it doesn't. We would eat the potato. In that moment, the Pink Cult feel a traitor. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I think what Pokeshak meant is, in that moment, the Cult of the Pink felt like there might be a traitor. That was incredible. What was the WoW reference? No, I think it was just Pokeshak saying something. It's I don't think it's a WoW reference. Ryan says, gotta say, it was fun to bring out the summon again for a fight. That reminds me, I don't know why that reminds me of that. Here's a funny thing. On my main, when I did Endsinger, so the trial we just did, and I did that, like, so just for context, Endwalker came out on a Friday. Like, you could start playing at like 12 European time, like noon. I came home from work like at 4 or 5 or something like that. I was like, the servers are going to be a mess. I'll give it a few hours to like sort itself out and then I'll play. And I got in. It might have even been like 3. And the first thing I did was I went, so I was going to play a summoner, but what I did is, instead of doing anything on summoner or any MSQ, is I went over, unlocked Reaper, and then didn't do anything with it, went over and unlocked Sage, and then didn't do anything with it, went to my house and recorded the keybinds video that some of you might have seen, the where I demonstrate how to keybind a job by keybinding my summoner, my Sage, and my Reaper. Why? Because, well, I wanted to play those 3 jobs, and the only time you would have had an opportunity to view, like, someone with years of experience, their immediate thought process when filling out their keybinds and stuff like that, is if you saw it live. That is like, that was a video that I made where I recorded it in like one sitting. Like, I didn't cut anything. That is why there's a lot of ums and uhs, and I'm very awkward because I had at that point not streamed, so I was very uncomfortable with the concept of like actually just being there and talking as I am without a manuscript. And back then I put a lot more effort into putting on like a very calm voice, so it was very different from everything else. But once I'd finished that video, I went to the MSQ and just did MSQ. Like, I basically, if you know E9, eat, fight, yeah, that was me just plowing through the MSQ. I got to the final days, the dungeon, at like 4 in the morning or something ridiculous like that, and had to give up. Be like, I have to sleep. Yeah, no, E9, sorry, P9. 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 Sorry, Mia. Yeah, P9. I'm intentionally spacing those 2 words. Yeah, I got to that dungeon like super early in the morning on Sunday. So remember, started progressing the MSQ like at 6 in the evening Friday, and I got to the dungeon, like the dungeon we did today, Sunday, super, like, supremely early, and I had to go to sleep. Like, I had to. And the first thing I did in the morning was then, in the morning, when I woke up and had some breakfast, was to do the dungeon and then the trial. And now I don't remember anything about the people I matched with in the dungeon, and I only remember one person from the trial. And there's a really good reason why that is. Because I had someone in my party named Fandaniel, dressed as Fandaniel. In the fight with the Ed Singer. It was even funnier because some of my friends actually knew the person. I go, oh yeah, Fandaniel, him. I did not slap him. I instead commended him for his outfit. He also started the fight by jumping off the arena to check if there was an invisible barrier, which was perfectly in character for the chaos of Fandaniel. So I just commended him. I said that was nice. That was hilarious. Oh. Hey Matthew, welcome back. We did also get our minimum item level trial, fortunately.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark.
Good night, Emir. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much.
Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, We are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge. And we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Bad news, Kryl.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I mean, wouldn't be bad.
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Speak with your comrades. Let's do this as well. Like, let's finish the Endwalker quest. There's a whole bunch of people we can talk to, so let's take it from the top. I still remember the day we sparred together as though it was yesterday. To think how far we all have come since then. Even now, I have not abandoned my dream of besting you in single combat, or a friendly nature, of course. Though I clearly do not hold a candle to the Warrior of Light at present. I shall continue to train diligently that one day you might consider me an equal. Far too much blood has been spilled, and far too many lives lost. Still, I'm glad I was able to do something to repay those who showed me a path to the future. Not that our job is over, of course, far from it. There's much that remains to be done before true and lasting peace can be achieved. To that end, Hori and I mean to set off for Corvus. We expect that the tensions between the Guardians and Corvosi will only flare more with the Empire's fall. Oh, Caetsu, might you have a moment to talk? With the science stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you onto the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Was it true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams? In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor, there needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come? I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. I'm so glad I was able to be here and hear this moment. You know, I considered continuing to follow in Hori's footsteps, but I've realized it's time I found my own way in life. Otherwise, I'll never be half the man my brother is. First things first, I'm going to head to Gridania to visit the Conjurers Guild and the Archers Guild. I will do my very best to brush up on my skills before I see you again. Oh. We may have accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the science provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss! To think I was blessed with the chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. But now that Ochre has decided to set off without his dear brother, without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. Oh dear. I'm so glad the danger is past. There was nothing I could do but pray from here, so I was relieved to the point of tears when everyone made it back safely. I imagine we'll have more free time now, so I was thinking I'd study up on healing magic that could make myself more useful in the future. My first stop will be Astrologicum in Ishgard to learn about Charlie astrology. I must follow Orca's lead and continue to hone my skills. This is a long quest. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I'm averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Aetheris and the ancients, glimpses of the air, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape in interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. Good night, Tracy. Thank you for watching and joining us for the final trial and all that. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then, I shall endeavour to pen what I can of the air, and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe, it will be less a polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse have prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. True. And he looks at me. I look at him. It looks like Smol Caetsu has put on an outfit to mock Estinian almost. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. What? I thought you adventurers had any number of ways to earn coin, and though the Scion's mode of operation has changed, we should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Aymeric hear about our disbandment that he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Empyrean district, As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment. And have. Oh. Some days ago, a Hanish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnair, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish, to work and study. Vitra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. That's a good thing. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence had ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they, in turn, revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard's armor didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eorzea comes closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. Whoops. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here, praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need a rest in between your journeys, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. That's true, Pokeshag. It's kind of awkward. I think they explain it in-universe why they can somehow still be there. After all, they said those that are already transformed are lost. That means if you don't deal with it, they are going to stay. Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours. And the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, it is hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteon defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now, Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. For a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the science on the world stage. There will never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We'll do our best to help out where and when we can. Which, I suppose, is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, it is the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Caetsu, I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. Aye, I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. It is a shame the Scions are disbanding, even if only in name. I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. The memory remains vivid, yet it feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest, but since I've come this far, I've decided I ought to continue my journey and venture to Garlemald instead. I can't hold a candle to the infamous Wandering Minstrel, but I thought I might share with the Guardians the tale of your epic deeds, extend to them an olive branch of song, if you will. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I've never felt more compelled to hone my own skills, that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. Amhus means to visit Limbs and Lominsa, and I will join him and continue my search. I know not when we will meet again, but please take care of yourself. I can still scarce believe our battles extended to the ends of creation. But seeing the Science mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. As for myself, I've spent quite a while away from home, so I think I'll return to Limbs and Lominsa for now. And once I get there, my first order of business will be downing a pint or 3 at the Drowning Wench. Go on, Caetsu, don't miss this chance to say a word to each of our friends. After all you've been through together, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. There have been naught but chaos since the Solofri first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, the Empire, the final days, yet we have weathered it all, and lived to see the sun rise on a new day. Now that peace has returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we will go first to Hogane, to relax in the Bokaisen hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Naxia via Doma. You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but look at you now. You've grown into quite the fine young lass, just as I always knew you would. One might say I ought to settle down in my old age, but seeing you now has set my adventurous spirit ablaze once more. But the first journey I set out upon will be a long-awaited hot springs tour with my dear friend Home. Caetsu, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path, and the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet, ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star, and 'tis Venar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance, and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. You are the first to truly understand them. Dost thou think so? The Lopreds are certainly possessed of a unique outlook, and it hath been my pleasure to act as their facilitator upon this star. Mayhap I might yet serve as a bridge betwixt them and our fellow man, as Moonbreeder once did for me. Ah, but I shall digress no further. This day shall belong to the science of the seventh dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet, here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus, instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder cross stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Caetsu, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I forgot something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Sharlayan, too, may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roving about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Adfino. They were among the worst affected and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier though, that I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alizé Leveilleur. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said... The next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. That's the spirit. Ironwalter's pressing matters. According to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness this momentous occasion. Oh, he bids me tell you congratulations. As for me, well, once the scions disband, I intend to resume my work in Raldo's Reach. I suppose Ironwell will need supporting Giovanni too, though he would not admit as much. Well, he will have my help, whether he wants it or not. Feels a little strange now my link pearl's gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and all that, I'm going to become an adventurer like you, traveling far and wide. I imagine I'll start by heading to Mericidia or the New World. Just need to find myself a ship first. Oh, Caetsu, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Yes. I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Sharlayan, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that, If he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your early exertions, but knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decisions almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. If he hadn't sent Xenos, we would actually have lost right then and there. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. I always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Valdesian. For our work, Sharlayan will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members, who are not named. Together, we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allured for the task itself. Marvelous! Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. He was the best scenario for my final battle. It was almost a requirement that we needed a big final solo battle to finish off the story. Oh, Caetsu, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the science. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I'm able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Sharlayan. Both Alice and I are off to assist with Garlemel's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We'll rejoin those members of the Iltibad contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the temperate across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. You'd best write me too. Write you letters? Of course I would be glad to do so, but I would be gladder still were you to come and visit, and I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Elsia, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Caetsu, from the bottom of my heart. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Oh boy.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who would be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways. Each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Ryan says, small guy, I'm gonna take a nap. Well, she will actually nap for like a week, as she usually does. Also, yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. She will absolutely eat candy. She's like, finally, time to eat this pile.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
You've completed the main scenario quest Endwalker. Quests to unlock new content have now become available in Old Charlian. Additionally, you may now enter unlike that. Rest well, champion of Aetherius, for many and more adventures await you. Loporits as a playable race. Are you sure you want that? You probably wouldn't be able to wear hats. Or any equipment almost, given how little different equipment they wear. I actually took a lot of good pictures that I might use. But just in case they're all unusable for some reason, I'm taking this one. And yeah, that's where we're going next. That's how I was looking miffed. She's just like not at all impressed by me taking pictures next to her. I think it's something I found really funny is that I saw a lot of people, I saw too many people complain that they felt that the voice of Elidibus seemed wrong in the new raid stuff, like P9 to 12, completely forgetting that we already knew he was going to sound like that. We already knew. E9. That time. Indeed, it is that time. We have reached the end of the stream. Finally. As Matthew said, I did not think you had 7.5 hours left when you started. Neither did I. In retrospect, it would probably have been nice if we had done a little bit of the MSQ before we started today, like last week, if we could. Orion says the Japanese voice actor for Elidibus is the one who voices Gaara from Naruto. Oh, that's pretty cool. Does he have like an equally like almost emotionless voice at times in the Japanese version? Right. So, as I say, if you I'm pretty sure everyone watching is people that are there, but I'll mention it again just to be sure anyway. If you enjoyed what you've seen in this stream and enjoy what I make on YouTube, the easiest way to keep track of whenever I post something new is to be part of the Discord community server, where I post a weekly schedule once a week-ish and I post every time there's a new stream, a new video, a new short, whatever it is, I'll post it there. Sometimes I post about something else entirely as well, but you will not miss it if you are on the Discord server. And I don't tag randomly, you opt into getting tagged, so don't worry about that. And also, I tend to forget this one, but if you did enjoy the stream, I would very much appreciate if you left a like on it to let the YouTube algorithm know that it was a great stream. So thank you so much in advance if you haven't already done so. Beyond this, next week we will be doing a little bit more of the solo challenge stream on Tuesday. And then we will have some Gunbreaker guides coming out very soon. And Friday we will talk about, as I teased a little bit earlier, why exactly it is that Crystal Tower, like the Crystal Tower raid series, is the one that you always get, almost, when you queue for Alliance Raid Roulette. Talk a little bit about why that is. Some people might not know, some people might find it interesting to hear about. And of course, Saturday, we will continue the story of Smol Kai in Newfound Adventure. So thank you all so much for hanging out with the stream for over 7 hours. It's an incredibly long journey we've been on. Thank you so much for supporting it, hanging out with me. And thank you so much for watching. And then, that's when I say good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And then, all we have left to do is finally put Smol Kai to bed. Good night. Thank you so much, Pokejack. Good night. Night.